Hi, Naki, how are you?
I'm okay, Prof. How are you?
No, I'm good. Nice
Okay.
to hear your voice.
Yeah, it's back.
Okay.
How are you doing?
No, I'm good. I was just feeling,
Okay.
but just for the day, I have to drink very strong um, African mooti. I don't know what concoction they gave me at home, but they say if I drink that, then I'll feel better. So
Oh,
I was just coughing, but
yeah.
then they gave me something. I don't know what is it. I didn't ask the.
Yeah, it was, we are lost. We are ignoring the things that we've grown from, and then we are
Yeah.
just adopting other things that comes from somewhere, and it's not
Yeah.
working for us.
No, they just gave me a cup of something, but then after that, now
You
I
got
felt
well.
better. Yes.
Yeah. We have to go back to our roots.
It's only now that I'm well that I'll ask them to say what was the ingredients. I didn't
Mm.
want to ask that time. They'll say, no, you're spoiled. How can you be sick and start asking about what is inside?
Yeah, you must know so that next time you do it yourself.
Yeah, no, I'll ask.
Yeah, okay, Prof.
No, thanks, Nagi.
You're welcome.
Okay, sure.
Chigange panda chitandani.
Vakutama sintumure matombija
Sintumule.
that get the west.
Ndiyavuravu vantu nawo. Na njaka na madonzi.
Madonsi ni ndichoro.
Madonzi ndi shango.
Machaka atinde apa panda masia utoka siapa line za bungeni.
Ndi line za bungeni.
Down in the west.
Owera kavo ravu vantu. Maybe na madonzi ka. Madonzi kutovara chadaruru unga side. And then ravana mpapuru wera kavone na achivase. Ravana murenje wera kavone. And then ravana marambuda.
Legash now.
Na figai amanenje.
Gapi?
Manenje.
Manenje down in the ash.
Ndiavo. Okay, zviamba zvoriri na ati durani vawanisa ni contact dzanga ngiavura vonzvo vangandikonontumela dzone
Zamani?
dzavo contact dzanga ngesadini yavo ravonzvo ngori ndivosvaka vanongori navo ni vatei vahone ngori unadzi
082
082
412
412
3462.
3462. So re invite nyanga ko ka vone kananye
iko kwa chenyana.
Nga kasa diaborin invite bone. Okay. Uruk. Remember ndo dziwana then ri kote invite bone bo didi vacha vakadiva hone kana vhuripi ndi nga vun'wala vhukati eno vhege mara ndi zwithu zwa dzi 4 dza May. Okay. Holuka. Yo ndiko vilinganya zwithu vone ya dzi laptop ya dzi computer ndi dzi 3 then Saturday yano ya dzi 4 right I launch I kha ḓivha hone launch na ndi dzi 4 hoyu u ḓo itiwa fhano University Senate Chamber the communicator lugando lipo urine
Yone.
Sara danombudza bungani yo madonsi tsini na njaka
Hawa.
madonsi iwalanga gai
Kuli chavanenge.
So va ri kote u ḓivha uri vha wela kha
Ava wili kha makhado ava kana mini.
zwa Collins chavani
Ava none ndi badonsi ndi ya uyela malamulelo nge.
zwi zwori itewa a thi ḓivhi zwori in terms of Department of Education I wela gai.
Oh.
Ngori remember dzi laptop dzi computer dzi no khou fhiwa dzi kho tea ya zwikoloni ti so ndi kho tea u ḓivha uri dzi khou wela kha district ifhio in terms of department ngori heyi njaka na Masiana Sinthumule upfhi I wela fhasi Vhembe West Tshivhase na Mphaphuli na Mulenzhe na Manenzhe upfhi wela Vhembe West Vhembe East
badonsi ava ri ḓo ṱela matshelo ḓo late.
Hai ḓovha si late ngori kwa nyago ri na hanevha vhathu ngori dzi khou ya zwikoloni ri vha invite
Ri khou tsheka uri njaka na madonsi dzi wela nga gai ne.
Njaka ndo no wana uri I wela fhasi ya Vhembe West.
Madonsi. Kha
Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope everybody could hear me. Naki, are you able to hear me?
Afternoon,
Yes,
bro.
I can hear you, Prof.
Afternoon, bro. Yeah.
Yes. Good day, colleagues, and welcome to our weekly webinar series on Engage Scholarship of Sustainable Learning Environment. I think we'll continue where we end up last week, where we are giving our candidates a chance to share the work that they are busy working on so that we can be in the position to assist them to shape their work. And just to make the participants on the floor just to feel free, and then if you have comments that you want to make, you can always jot down your comments on the chat box, and then we'll collect them at the end. Or maybe during the question sessions, you can just raise your hand, and then we entertain your questions. So we have those two colleagues. We have Dr. Mahaye. I hope he is on the platform. And Dr. Kondla is also here. So what I'll do without wasting time, I'll allow Dr. Kondla to take us through his work. And then after the two candidates have presented, then we'll open the floor for questions. And then Prof Vhonani will also come in because she's going to share something with us on research also. Let me take this opportunity and then give over to Dr. Kondla. Naki, I'm sure you can see the shared screen of Dr. Kondla's presentation. Are you able to see that?
No, I'm not seeing it.
Oh, is it not there? Let me try to share again.
Yes, it's there now, Prof.
Oh, you can see it now.
Yes.
Yes, let me give over to Dr. Kondla. Dr. Kondla, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. Before we get started, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all for giving me this opportunity to present protocol observed, to present the title of my research, which is thus a socially constructed practice strategy to improve English as additional language reading skills for grade 9 learners. And the introduction. This study aims to design a socially curriculum practice framework to improve English reading skills for grade 9 learners. Learners' reading skills proficiency is insufficient to decode words worldwide. Schools should be modernized to be more responsive to learners by improving reading skills. Some learners have experienced learning barriers and development. Study background. There's been a widespread awareness of South African reading crisis for more than 10 years. Despite the fact that nearly all learners use EFL as a teaching tool, starting from grade 4, the majority of children struggle to read effectively. The Progress in International Reading Literacy Study, PIRLS, which in South African children took part in 2006, 2011, and 2016, it's one indicator of the situation. Howitt, I beg your pardon, Howitt et al. Opine that fewer than 20% of African learners, grade 4 learners participate in pills that shows the study. Problem statement. In this study, the problem is that grade learners cannot read with understanding. South African learners are reading far below the appropriate expected age level when you compare the developmental age and their age level. This is according to the systemic evaluation done by the Department of Education. The study sought to explore reading skills experienced by grade 9 learners in Motheo schools. Theoretical framework. There are a lot of theoretical framework used concerning the reading, but the researcher has chosen the schema theory by Bartlett, which forms the basis for this study. Schema theory forms the basis for this study. Prior knowledge and expectations are presented mentally in some sort of schematic fashion. These are some of the principles of schema theory. Schema theory is a fictitious mental structure that is used to present general notions that are retained in memory. Additionally, mental modes are important for learners' academic reading. This theory serves as a foundation for bringing their understanding of ideas covered the various content areas of life. Rumal contend that learners' ability to anticipate details about the material they read leads to schema. The literature review. Review of literature describes 3 suggested mega-cognitive strategies, which is planning, monitoring, and evaluating, which are the focus of the present study. Learners' ability to have a clear meaning from reading, no hesitation throughout reading the given text, and appropriate speed of delivery. This is according to the Ministry of Education in Botswana. Furthermore, correct vocabulary, grammar, pronunciation, and a suitable level of formality. The grade 9 English for Botswana Teacher's Guide and Learner's Textbook strongly suggest that teachers should get learners to bring in their favorite reading materials, such as novel or short story, and share them with their classmates. It also suggests that teachers give attention to learners' reading fluency. The average reading rate of the grade 9 is expected to be between 200 and 300 words per minute in silent reading. The literature continues. The Malawian and Zambian teachers typically go on reading comprehension of brief passages that appear in course books once learners have mastered the fundamentals of reading in language. That is, they know how to read and also appropriate fluency in the language concerned. That's where we should have our best practices from different countries. Usually this entails the explanation of a new terminology. The class will next orally repeat the answer to the spoken questions, which are often answered by the smarter learners. The responses to these questions may be required to be written by learners. The main reading task in primary school courses seem to be teaching learners how to read and practicing reading comprehension. The situation in South African context. After 1994, language instructors in school began to act in a different way, beginning of a democratic period forced this to happen. English was increasingly adopted as a language of instruction in South African classrooms, especially intermediate phases. In 1994, in an intermediate phase, learners' challenge resulting from learning through English by IFAL gained momentum. Although both urban and rural learners were impacted by these changes, the impact is greater in rural schools. A case can be made that learners in rural areas encounter IFAL only in classroom because they speak their mother tongue the majority of time at home. Although it is still hard to learn for learners in school in rural regions to translate the literacy skills that they have learned in their home language, if our learners are expected to do so. This is my research question. My main question is, how can a socially constructed curriculum practice strategy be designed in CAPS? My study aim and objectives. The study aims to design a socially constructed curriculum practice strategy to improve English first additional language reading skills for grade 9 learners in CAPS. The objectives of the studies are as follows: to explore strategies that can be used to improve reading skills in grade 9 learners, to explore challenges experienced by first additional language teachers in teaching reading skills for inner grade 9 learners, to determine how teachers perceive strategies used to improve English first additional language reading skills, and lastly, to propose a strategy to improve English first additional language reading skills for grade 9 learners. The subsidiary questions: what strategies can be proposed to improve reading skills for grade 9 learners in CAPS? What challenges do English teachers experience in teaching English first additional language reading skills for grade 9?
So then yesterday I went to the hospital and this is what I found. Okay,
How do teachers perceive reading strategy
all of it.
to improve
When they are
English
10 came back up.
additional language reading skills in CAPS?
These people were there.
How can the reading
They
strategy
didn't go.
to improve English reading skills
Yes, but
in grade 9 class?
and then no, but
Methodology. The nature of the research approach in this study is qualitative. Reading strategies implemented by grade 9 teachers will explore in order to answer the critical questions mentioned under the topic. Observation and group discussion will play an important role to gather information as a qualitative approach. This approach further studies people by permitting interaction with participants in their environment, that is, the teachers and learners in the study. The research was based on choices made by the grade 9 learners when they choose what they would prefer to read. Through observation of the body language, the researcher can be able to interpret potential.
Mr. Wesley, can you switch off your mic? I think the mic is on. Dr. Wesley, switch off your mic.
The layout of the study. Chapter 1, introduction and background, aim and subsidiary questions. Chapter 2, the literature review and theoretical framework. Chapter 3, the methodology and research design. Chapter 4, data presentation, interpretation, and analysis. Chapter 5, conclusions and recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. That was Dr. Kondla's presentation. I think we will we'll pause there and then maybe take some questions if there are any. Nagi, can you help me, or Prof Vhonani to help me to facilitate this until the next, what I'm trying to sort out the sharing of screen from this side. Now, Prof Vhonani, if you are there, you can help me to facilitate and take questions if there are questions.
Yes, colleagues, I'm here and I'm looking to the screen to check if anyone and I'm also trying to get to the chats. So colleagues, in the absence of any questions, I'm sure we will have more time to do the reflection on both topics of our candidates. We can move on to VO Mahaye, Garbriel, improving participation of educator governors in school governance at 3 public farm schools in Amajuba Education District. So we'll have an indication if VO Garbriel, you're okay, you can start.
Bob Mahaye, are you on the platform? Bob Mahaye, I don't see him on the platform. Prof. Maybe what we can do is, Prof Vhonani, maybe you can take it from here, and then maybe we'll wrap up with the questions after. Can I ask Ndate to switch off his camera, because now we can see you are eating your supper there. Prof Vhonani, can you take us from here? I don't see Ndate Mahaye on the platform again.
All right, that's fine, Prof. We can continue. And if in the event that he's able to come back to the platform, yes, we can stop and give the opportunity, because it is really that these are sessions for students, and we are just filling up. So, but it's an important conversations to have with the students as well as the supervisors that I'm intending to facilitate. Prof Nkwane, if you then can stop the sharing.
Oh, I'm trying to do that, Prof.
Yeah, and yeah, it's always the case. While you are doing that, I just want to also appreciate the presentation that we just had, because it's very important, or shall we say, it's part of what we in this platform are wishing to engage on, in terms of how do we at least be robust, or how do we encourage and make as culture that presentations of the candidates while studying become a culture because of the nature of the engagement that has to happen. So I want to appreciate Kondla for presenting, and I want to still encourage that the supervisors that are here also, including the peer learning and input that we are encouraging, does happen. It's one of those things or reason why we felt we have to continue to have these discussions about how do we move into the engagements that are required in order for us to build up a thesis or a dissertation with as many voices and inputs and critique as possible. It is in the spirit of this platform, hence we want to make it as less intimidating as possible. That's why I'm hands out on encouraging the candidates that has just presented, and we wish to encourage students to step forward on that. So the framing of my presentation is really about engagement, and I wanted to emphasize the engaged scholarship, but community engaged scholarship in the sense of including the communities as we understand them. And so I'm not very good with Zoom, but I wanted to encourage that we conversational. In the process of me asking some of the questions, you could add more questions in the event that I say something that reminds you of something that would add to the discussion. Please, let's do that because it's really that I want to say a few things that hopefully will encourage us to reflect. And then it's more also of a crusade to say, what do we do? Are we doing enough in terms of, moving towards more engagement? So these are the kind of questions that we have engaged on before, which our candidates, our masters and PhD are often encouraged to reflect on, whereas we do know that the context that we are encouraging these kinds of questions is not necessarily friendly. And so the questions still need to be asked nonetheless. I wanted to also reflect on Prof Nkwane's favorite way of talking about research as researching, searching multiple times and linking it with what really then motivates one to participate. I also wanted to reflect on the impact issue, which in a South African context, it's still something that we need to get around. Lately, we are getting many workshops and seminars and invitations also from our leading bodies like USAF and CHE asking us to be more reflective on the societal impact of research, for example. But I also know that we are supposed to also look at how do we enable or how do we research in such a way that there are connections between our research processes and outputs to commercialization, to empowerment, to impact of any sort, be it environmental and so forth. And so these questions are important because in my own limited understanding and experience, I think we haven't gotten around figuring out how to, for example, ask these questions and answer them as good researchers should do, and leave some questions unanswered but still probe. And most importantly, for also in the South African context, is that we have gotten into the habit of linking our PhDs and master's certificates as a tool or vehicle for self-empowerment or making life better for ourselves. For example, I would have my master's or my PhD so that I can get a better job and therefore get better, make the family better than it was, which is true. But the questions that we also need to be asking ourselves is, how might we utilize the same processes with a mindset that also go beyond just myself and my family's enhancement? And so these are questions that I think I'm saying will be, leading. Oops, I was trying to press enter all this time to move to the next slide, and yes, now I got it right. So the other thing is as I intend to leave to the discussions and to the reflections, and I really will talk less and rather facilitate an engagement, is that it is my view that in the South African context of the knowledge production process and the responsibilities of producing and thesis and dissertations, we are still decontextualized in our approach and practices. There's still a disconnect of sort between how we do that and our realities on the ground. So I'm putting it forward to say we are still having to do a bit of unlearning and relearning. So when I was thinking, I was thinking of how difficult if we were to, I was linking it with change, because I do think we still have to continuously, constantly remind ourselves about the need to think differently of our thesis and our dissertations. So I was thinking about how, for example, when you're right-handed and you're asked to write with your left hand, even if it's just writing your name, how uncomfortable that is, and how sometimes it might seem impossible. Because I wanted us to frame this conversation within that space of change, of doing things differently. And it is also of undoing some of the traditions that we have gotten used to. And also that to think hard and more rigorous about reflexivity, rationality, reciprocity in the research process, because I do think that, so I can give you a practical example, having worked as in the community engagement space. In our universities, there's hardly a thread of these principles within, for example, committees that look at proposals, and I'm hoping I would be able to give examples. For example, when we evaluate a candidate's proposal at a master's level or at a PhD level, whether it's a proposal or it's, we're approving a dissertation that is, and we're saying it's ready for examination, or even in our examination criteria, it's still pretty much silent, or we haven't figured out yet how to embrace some of these principles and sort of track them or trace them. To what extent is this dissertation at least acknowledging and practicing, not to perfection, but also the consciousness and the sensibility around the need for reciprocity, for example, in the research process. So it troubles me all the time that it's like we are still running. So on one hand, it is acceptable now. I mean, I assume that it's no longer an issue that the role of community engagement is important in a South African university, at least. That is understood. But at the same time, there's no push, at least not enough, to ensure that our candidates, our master's and PhD candidates embrace these principles. So, and the principle of partnership, collaborations, and so forth. So these are issues that I'm putting forward for this platform to deliberate and react and respond, but with also a view that we should be forming a collective that should push this such that it becomes integrated into our processes and our evaluation processes. So I put a few slides, and this is not new to many of you, but perhaps to the students, to the masters and PhDs, important. And I know we've spoken about this a few times in this platform as well. I spoke about undoing because yes, we have a history. We have a history of hegemony. We have a history of injustices. We have a history of one view, one powerful view, which supposes that nothing else exists if it doesn't fit into that. So we have spoken about community-based participatory research paradigm, and I thought to bring it here for the purpose of this discussion. Of course, we know that it's embedded within the critical theory and the idea that we will be able to change our own, trajectory by being reflective, by acting on what needs to be acted on, and evaluation. And the one thing that is very difficult also still in my space is the idea that these reflections and evaluations or review, I don't even like the word evaluation, should be involving the stakeholders, and in this case, I'm referring to community stakeholders. We can't imagine that, for example, our community or our target population in the language that we often use could contribute also in evaluating our research. And I'm putting it out there as a reflective point. I have talked about, that there are philosophical, theoretical stands that help us frame this discussion. So these slides were really just about bringing it here to remind us. But the important question for this afternoon's discussion is, how do we make this a constant in the other tradition? How do we begin to elevate these principles of recognizing diverse experiences and diverse knowledges, and of recognizing that any research process is indeed a relational process? Because again, it's about being relevant to our cause. I at least have been working long enough to know that some of the discussions are becoming normalized. But a few years ago, you wouldn't even be talking about sharing knowledge in a way that benefit or that let me put it, you wouldn't even have space to talk about research as a process of also co-learning and co-sharing of different paradigm or different knowledge forms. So I brought this because this is a commonly quoted extract from Boyer that begin to, and it's ironic that it has to come also from the West. But it's helpful in us pushing this agenda forward. The idea of research, a community as research partners, who should also be contributing, for example, in us framing, or the students framing their statement of problem in their research protocol or research proposal and so forth. It's still more talk than how we do it, because if I were to give an example, there's no time for the candidate or a master or PhD candidate, or at least in our formalities and systems, that allows the student to first go and validate the problem, the research problem with the communities. We assume that the student, by the time he or she register or they register, they already have done that. But we don't even ask about that. While reading the literature is important and I have no issue with that, I'm saying that there should also be a question to be asked: who in your vicinity of in the space of the target population have validated this as an area that needs further probing? Who has given you inputs in terms of the processes? Because even in participatory methodology, we assume that the researcher will embrace all those principles in doing that, and therefore it will feature in the evaluation. However, there's no, we're not yet in that space where we could safely say that it's finding its place. So again, with this, I'm just bringing this to the discussion because I wanted also to bring the indigenous knowledge paradigm, but I'm assuming that it's all out there. So I wanted us to critique such that we replace some of the cycle or the process with some steps that should be a constant in the neophytes' conceptualizations of their research project. And as you can see, I've put some of the things, but I'm very aware that they are problematic in themselves. It's complex, it needs unpacking, but those replacing and replacement of some wording and some concepts is and are necessary. In this platform, for example, we have talked quite a bit about, for example, what does data collection, how, for example, data collection elevate the idea of extraction. How, for example, the word sample suggests that we can actually sample a human being or a subgroup, and the contestations around that. I'm just giving few examples. But you'll see that I'm struggling with those issues, but I'm elevating collaboration, knowledge co-production, sharing, and so forth and so forth. And I'm just inviting to say, can we not create a different playground and use words appropriately and concept appropriate and intentionally to replace certain traditional words? In this, I'm just also, I spoke about this in the beginning, but I also want to elevate that engagement in this regard also means that so it's supposed to be no-brainer that a student or a candidate, a master's or PhD candidate should at least present in, like they are presenting today, in one or other forum other than the relationship between the supervisors or the thesis committee. But it's a struggle with the nature of the processes that we have, because it has become, if the supervisor says so, then it's fine. It doesn't need any other voice. So my question or my issue is, could we imagine a reality where even before the final thesis is submitted, there is that engagement, there is that feedback, there are those conferences and seminars that we intentionally create sessions for presentations and peer engagement, which I assume would be good practice. But lastly, I wanted to talk about, could we, so we know that the difficulty is we don't know how to teach. So in my private previous background, we struggled quite a bit to, for example, teach caring. And we lost it at some point because we focused on the things that we were comfortable teaching. And the outcome of it, at least in my view, was that you would have a healthcare practitioner, a nurse, who do not or was never taught about what it means to care, and linking it with humanity and humanizing experiences, and not just as a cognitive concept. And the difficulty of that is that we haven't even figured out how to, when we have inculcated that culture, how to then review and reflect on it and evaluate. And in any case, how is that going to be possible to give a mark on whether a person cares or doesn't care? I'm making that example because I wanted to bring in the scholarship of humility that is so important if we were to disrupt or to engage in this crusade of accepting that there are multiple knowledges and that not one is better than the other. And that there is a way in which, as researchers, we can cooperate and co-produce and share in a way that is impactful. And so I'm putting it out there to say, how do we then do that? I want to just close with some questions again, and I'm not closing, I'm opening for the reflections and questions, and I would like us to enhance this line of questioning, because in my view, it's my wish that we could have a collaborative project across the country, across the world, to figure out how some of these things that were always in the margin could be replaced by these principles of reciprocity, humility, collaboration, cooperation, and so forth and so forth. So colleagues and the candidates that are here, I want to close with the questions, and there can be many other questions that, so in the context of the question 2 and 3, why I'm putting these questions this way is because I do know that it does take a different kind of a student who is willing, even if it means delays and frustrations and back and forth, who's willing to insist on these principles and on, for example, we've had also in this platform reflection experiences of students who've had to wait because the student is saying, my first phase will be problem validation. I have these ideas in mind, but I need to engage, and that will be a phase even before continuing with my project. And then there would be answers like, she doesn't know what she wants to do, let her go back, she will come back. But the principle is involve the people affected by the issue from the entire process, not selectively at some stages of the process. So who do we have? Are we creating cultures where students are willing to engage in that space where you become an activist, an advocate, and I don't know what else, in order to do things differently or to do community-based participatory action research in the true sense of the word? So I'm just saying that there is rationale. At least I was reflecting. I wanted to bring in practical examples and experiences into the conversations, and therefore I want to stop. And we've agreed that these kinds of conversations will be part of what we infuse now and then. As you can see, I've just touched, the thinking, the reflective points, but there's a lot else that we can interrogate, which is even more complex and require collective wisdom and collective action. And so now putting it to the platform to say, how do we continue to ask these questions? How do we track the extent that we are making a difference? How will that look like? What should we be doing in our committees, and so forth and so forth. Colleagues, Prof Ngwane, I will pause there for now.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think this was quite a thought-provoking presentation. I like the way you coin it, where you are saying, let's see this as a crusade that will change the status quo and the practice that is there. We should not find or see ourselves as divorced from realities, because we seem to be, as universities, decontextualized. As students, we are also divorced from realities. And also as people in the telephone booth, let me call them people with a vision that is not normal, but a super vision. To say, are we really decontextualized? Are we divorced from the actual realities? Prof, I think you coined it nicely, because you even went to the extent of, putting and then asking very difficult questions. Difficult questions where we're asking ourselves, is research really value-free? Is research really interest-free? And then asking deeper questions, to ask questions like, why are we doing research? And then if we are not, why not? You even went to the extent of also indicating issues of the interest, to say we have to develop the interest in what we're doing. Furthermore, Prof, I think as you said, this will be a crusade that will bring a very impactful collaborative research, and also the learning part of it. So you said then we have to not pretend to be neutral, but we have to stand up and then begin to challenge the unjust. We need to stand up as researchers, as universities, as supervisors, challenge the hegemony, we also need to look very closely into what the mainstream has been telling us, or the dominant discourses have been telling us. And then if we understand that, then we can go back and then begin to undo, begin to unlearn, and then begin the process of learning new ways of doing things. And I think you were able to capture that nicely by saying we can only do that if we are going to embrace what is this reflexivity, rationality, reciprocity, and also making sure that we respect people who are working with us as partners and also equal partners, and then pushing them to the center, and then making sure that they are not marginalized as they have been done in other practices or practices before. So you are calling for this crusade so that we begin to see things totally different. And you are calling for this particular kind of a platform that will encourage our students, that will encourage different universities to work together and supervisors to work together. We didn't call Dade Kondla or Dade Mahaye and any other students for nothing, but we're calling them to look at what they are bringing on the table. And then we begin to work with them together in the work that they're engaging. And then also try to look from different angles so that we can begin to understand the kind of work that they are doing. So you are calling for that. You are calling for that kind of collaborative work where we'll also be engaging our communities, where we'll also be uplifting our communities and respecting them as co-creators of knowledge. We call them the core researchers. We respect what they are bringing to the forth as a relevant and a very rigorous kind of knowledge that they bring to the table. And that kind of knowledge is the knowledge that will transform us as people. Prof, I think you put it nicely to say in everything that we do, we should always make sure that we frame it within those principles that we have over and over again indicated or reflected on, which is about how then do we bring issues of social justice? How do we make sure that we create a space where people will be empowered, but not being empowered by us, but those people empowering themselves? We don't see ourselves as Superman or Superwoman wearing the kind of a red costume, but we see ourselves as people who are learning in the process and creating space for people to empower themselves, and also democratizing the knowledge systems. And as you are doing that, you touch on different lenses that we can use. We can use, I think you reflected on the critical theory that we can use, and also looking as we should see ourselves and people that we're working with as active actors in research. And then we follow that, what you call it, the cyclical protocol, where we start putting the plan together, where we start putting the action together as a team. And then at the end, we reflect and then we share what comes out of that. That was the action, the critical action, theory action that you reflected on. You also touch on the feminist and the episteme, where you were saying this helps us to begin to understand and also challenge the notion of objectivity and also neutrality. And then understand that the situatedness of the knowledge. Prof, I think you reflected on other two frames or lenses, like the Boyers. You said yes, irrespective of the geospace where it comes from. But this Boyers is about the knowledge creation and is characterized by the civic, the social, eco, and moral issues that will help us to begin to understand whatever that we are studying or whatever that we're engaged in as a collective. And then whatever that we'll be doing in research will be benefiting not only us as students, not only us as universities, but will be benefiting everybody who's on that particular co-creation of knowledge. You touch on the what you call it, the IKP, which is Indigenous Knowledge Paradigm, and also reflecting on its cyclical protocol also, which is about the co-generation of knowledge, the collaboration, where people put their thoughts together, they sit down, they plan, they design, and they put proposal together, they check and then ask questions about how impactful this will be. And then they also go back and then do what you call it, the consultative kind of work. And data is generated there, and then they find different ways and means and tools and techniques of analyzing the data and making sense out of that data. And that data is not generated for the sake of generating the data, but we generate that data, we analyze that data so that it can inform the co-constructors and also our communities out there. I like the way you wrap it up towards the end when you were, putting this impactful collaborative research in learning, and to say we're shifting the way we conceptualize things. We're shifting the way research has been done in the mainstream, because we're pushing forth the partnership and cooperation. You were amplifying the issue around humility, to say, how then, as researchers, do we bring that element forth? Where we begin to ask lots of questions, not just say, no, this they were just presenting and then we just keep it. You were encouraging us to say, maybe we should have more training sessions. I don't want to call them workshops. I know we take cars for workshops, but as human beings, I don't think that would be appropriate. But anyway, that's the term we use in South Africa. So we'll have those training sessions, and then we create a space to support each other. It's not about us supporting our students. In this platform, as we meet, I'm also helped and also learn so much. So I'm supported as a lecturer, and students will also be supported because they are learning so many things. People from different universities are learning things and then begin to even interrogate their ways of doing things. You were talking about the issue of the coaching and mentoring, but we're approaching that because we're using an impactful collaborative research way of doing things. We approach that with caution, not to see ourselves as the master and the apprentice, where the master will always, the apprentice will always come and then kneel down in front of the master who seems to be knowing all. So this kind of training sessions will help us. You were advocating and also proposing to say maybe we should consider these seminars that we're having. It's just that we have a seminar on the web. We call it a web seminar, but maybe we should be thinking about bringing forth, the colloquiums. We should be thinking, bringing the conferences and many other spaces that will allow all students from different walks to come to the space and then learn. The last 2 points that I think you highlighted very clearly, it was that one where you were helping us to understand that this is all about engagement. This is not about us going out there as if we are carrying a bag to say we're collecting the data. but you have generated the data. So with that data that is generated with the co-creators of knowledge, it should be shared at the end. And thanks, Prof. And then I think you left us, which I think colleagues in the platform might also be reflecting on, with lots of questions to say, how should this whole process looks like? Where do we find the student that are willing to challenge the students and supervisors and university? Are we in a position to begin to challenge the dominant discourses or systemic oppressive measures that are there? Yes, Prof, let me pause there, and then maybe we open floor for questions and further comments. But this was so powerful. You know, as emotional as I am, tears are beginning to run down my face. But before I cry loud and everybody here, maybe I should pause there and then allow people to make comments. If there are comments on the chat box, Prof, maybe you can check there. And then we can reflect on that. If colleagues have questions that they want to ask, please raise your hand and then we can engage. Let me pause. Questions, colleagues? And yes, I see Prof. Olimide, yes, I think so. Prof, you can unmute and comment or ask a question.
Thank you very much, Prof. Good day, colleagues. I just wanted to also share your sentiment about the presentation made by Prof Vhonani, that I tend to concur with the notion that across contexts, especially in the emerging economies or developing economies, we need to start to use different platforms, especially with the kind of student that we're trying to mentor at the graduate level, to see the need for challenging the status quo. Right from even like what she said, even the issue of problem statement, do we really go to the community, or we just read we review extant literature and just come up with a problem without actually engaging with the context that we are trying to research on. Not only that, also, even in the issue of methodology, the orientation or the paradigm, right up to, even the issue of sampling, population, the issue of the way we do our findings and discussion, right up to theoretical and managerial implication. So we need to, most especially in the developing world, to start to look into all those areas, because you may find out that some of these theories, for instance, are not relevant to a certain contextual peculiarity. And that's why she alluded, Prof Vhonani alluded to the fact that there is need for sort of inclusivity, sort of reciprocity, and engagement with a diverse community, so that what we produce, or the impact of our scholarship, is not highly skewed towards what I'm perceiving from this presentation. But otherwise, it's a discourse that we should start to look at using different platforms. Thank you. Back to you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Prof. Prof Vhonani, maybe if she wants to reflect on that, I think Prof is asking very powerful questions there around issues of what we call it the springboard, which is the problem statement. To say, yes, as you usually construct it, and then we are also searching for scientific evidence. Where does the community come in here? And it's also reflecting on methodologies, issues around sampling. Are we still calling or using the same ways of doing research as it was done in the natural sciences, issues around sampling and other issues? Prof, let me pause there and then give over to you to reflect. Prof Vhonani?
Oh, yes. No, thanks. Thanks, Prof Olimide. So yes, we really need this conversation. I agree. And he enhanced the arguments that I was putting forward as well. You know, it's troubling. It's troubling that a lot of times we do say these things. But the unsettling reality is that it becomes more of a song, you know, the right words to put in a thesis somewhere. But as you evaluate, if you are an examiner who is in this space, you want to see if there are claims that the power was shared, the problem statement has been validated. Where is the golden thread of that that claim? A lot of times there's confusion. So on one hand, we're saying these principles, and the other you say things that cancels everything. So, and I mean, we all know that we don't, the reason why we should still check with the communities is that, well, amongst others, is that the literature that we are referencing, that we would have explored extensively, will not be by any means suggesting that it represents everything else that, and including your context. We know that the dominance also finds itself in what we find. So there is a misrepresentation or a lack of representation of other knowledge forms, at least to date. And therefore, that's why if you are going to be engaging on peculiar research questions with the people, and you are going to say that you are using participatory action research, which suggests from our elders, theorists and philosophers that came before us, that you have to be consultative and engaging for the entire process, then let's then include that in our reviews. I don't know how, and now I'm responding to Vomukoro and on the question on the platform. Good day, explain how you will measure the improvement as the students get into the program and when they complete their participation. It was not clear how you will know that there is an improvement. And I don't know if I understand that question, but if it is meaning to say, shall I also say that I do use the word measure very hesitantly in this case. But I want us to reflect on the way in which we can track it, find those key indicators, for a lack of relevant concepts, in the thesis or in the articulation of the processes, and make them part of the evaluation criteria, because currently it is not. I hope I'm responding to what needs to be responded to, but I'm in no way having answers or solutions or suggesting let's do it this way or that way. I'm saying let's come together to reflect on how might we begin to influence these transitions in a more rigorous way than we are at. Assuming that most universities are still not having that way of
application in that is when you can have an body academic members and you can have a different set of members.
And is responding to Pande, can you mute?
You know, made one member.
Wompande, please mute yourself. I'm not sure if we are able to mute the one with control. Are we able to connect to is it possible, colleagues? Miss Naki?
I'm trying to, but I'm unable.
Okay. And we can't sort of remove the colleagues if they are not, because it looks like they are not hearing even.
I'm trying to remove or unmute, but both of them, and I'm not removing. Maybe because it's Zoom and not our.
I think the problem is this was said by
Yes.
Dr. Briston, and then he left it like this. So we are able to do with other people. So, but if this Pande can hear us, Pande, can you kindly off your mic?
And also, colleagues, if it's one of your colleagues and you can reach her in some ways, you can call on the mobile just to draw the attention, if that's at all possible. But colleagues, I think this would be a conversation that we should have. I was hoping I would hear also the inputs from the students or candidates in whatever level of their work and how we are enabling or not enabling the processes for them to embrace the principles.
126.
Yeah, I think
Yes, sir, so much.
Monday is missing out. Can't hear the thing, and we can't even mute him.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. I think we will have to stop here and then take up the discussion of the session, but also next week somehow we will infuse the conversation, because I do think we should work hard at collective action. Thank you, colleagues. Prof Ngwane, do you have anything to say in conclusion?
No. I think thanks, Prof. And we'll continue next week. I think next week we'll have other students who will be presenting. Next week is the first. I think we should be having students from the Caribbean. And Dr. Mahaye joined slightly a bit late. So if we have a space for him next week, I think we'll slot him in. And then some of the questions that were asked, I think the question that was asked Prof Vhonani, which is quite, it was a moving question. This one to say whether we're able to measure improvement, but I think you will reflect on some of those issues to say whether are we doing research for measuring, or are we doing just to change the status quo? I think we'll engage more on that. But maybe we should say thanks to each and every person who was able to join the platform. We really appreciate you, and we really appreciate your comments. We appreciate your contribution in the platform. We'll continue next week. And thanks and goodbye.
Bye, good evening.
Bye, thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.